mid-range good cards. It's got like the Rescue, Captain Marvel, Doctor Doom top end. We've got Storm into Jessica Jones because Marvel and Doom both work well with Storm. And then we've got Angela and just other good disruptive cards like Goblin and Hood and stuff. Viper is kind of fun in this list. In addition to kicking over Hood, you can also kick over Zero Power Mysterio things or Black Widow for disruptive things that don't give them much value. Reminds me of that Valve game. Yeah, kinda. DJF, thanks for the 17 months, by the way. It is kind of like a snap button. How funny would it be if collection level 666? I heard someone else make a similar comment about getting Hood at 666. I think it would be funny if it was hard coded to like give you something demonic at that cache. Just be good. Just good software. Superflow, lovely. Green Goblin? One of your finest Green Goblins, please. Black Widow. Okay, I think I'm gonna storm Fisk Tower, because it hurts Captain Marvel here.
Wind, aid my hand.
The fact that they've got Kraven kind of makes using the Flooded here a little bit bad for us. Oh, that's interesting. Opponent retreated. Okay, sure. Victory. I was gonna say, I think there might be a chance rather than Jessica Jones here, I'm actually gonna like Widow plus Viper Raptor across, but like just bailed out because I flooded and they got Raptored. Sure. Morning, Magic Man. All right, we've got our Dex Nut Draw shit. We've got the Hood into the Viper. So I'm gonna snap them, and I'm gonna play this big because I don't want to donate them a card into Nidvaler. Alright, we got a copy of Claw, I assume. Claw's actually a good one to know about for storms, so I feel like there's a good chance with that draw. We're gonna storm off Nidvaler here. Snap is definitely not a good game for you to be playing if you're going into it with the mindset you're looking to build specific decks. Their collection acquisition system just does not enable that currently. Gotta be willing to just go along and enjoy the ride and play the hand you're dealt. Eventually you'll have everything and then you can do as you please, but... Huh? You haven't touched Magic in 3 weeks? Me either. Can't say that I miss it. So if I flood here, if I don't flood here, the flooding ends up somewhere else. So maybe we just flood here then. Yeah, you can only get 1,000 boosters in a day. I'm actually not sure if Killmonger is right in this deck, because it's a little awkward when we donate the Hood with Viper.
Wind, aid my
That's funny.
hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Play like this, I think. The Mysterio clones count as cards, so one will trigger Angela in the mid, and And then we'll get one here for 5 power. They can move Nightcrawler, which I guess if they move Nightcrawler, they could tie me here on the right with my 2+5, right? Yeah, the booster cap is 1,000 per day enemy. It could be wrong for me trying to play for both Floodeds here, but like, I have Claw to fight over this one, but I guess we know they also have Claw. Okay, well, I'm losing the mid because their Jessica Jones is going to pop off here regardless, unless I draw exactly Dr. Doom. So I think I'm actually just going to go ahead and Killmonger into Black Widow here and clean out this Nightcrawler so that way I can win the right. And then we'll hopefully win this path as well. We'll see. Hey, Sergeant. Thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Good afternoon. I don't know exactly how long we're going to stream for today. I'll see what numbers are look like. They've been pretty okay on the weekends. But it's not one of my normal-ish stream times. Although everything's been a little bit crazy with Snap, so we'll see.
I am Iron Man.
Iron Man? Okay. Well... Okay, so let's assume they claw. Claw would be 9. And 9 would put them to 28. This puts me to 30. So Demon beats Claw. Demon doesn't beat Claw plus 1 drop though. This is their Claw from the Daily Bugle. So we know they have a Claw. I'm gonna bet 2 cubes on no Claw plus 1. We did. We gave him a 0. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The widow was bad. We didn't know they were gonna have Iron Man. Okay, we gave him a free 10. Yeah, good call. Let's leave. Goblin is not terrible into Atlantis. Thanks, Kennex. Yeah, I understand if some of the old regulars bounce out. I have no hard feelings, but I genuinely haven't enjoyed Magic since Fire Design started, basically. So I really have no intentions of going back to it. Even if the snap numbers like pitch off a cliff, there'll still be plenty sustainable because they're pretty booming right now. So, oh no, they made my Scorpion smaller. Or my Green Goblin smaller with their Scorpion. All right, so what are we doing here? I'm gonna have 4 resources next turn. I think this is like a rescue right angle. And then next turn we could like Goblin plus Demon, depending on where we want to go. I appreciate that, Kennex. Hey, welcome to a live one, Burke. Okay, so they're setting up Jones potentially to the left. Mysterio's kind of nice. So that means I won't be able to have only one thing here, but I probably wasn't going to be able to have only one thing there anyways. I gotta decide, do I think we do this. The Mysterio clone will trigger Angela and it'll trigger Rescue, and the Mysterio clone will have +3 here. I think we do this because it gives us the chance to play for all three, and playing for all three potentially is ideal with Dr. Doom in hand. So, the cards you collect or don't collect in Pool 3 are only random to a degree. And what I mean by that is, there are breakpoints inside of where you play in Pool 3. I think I'm playing Demon here. And we'll let a Doombot go middle next turn. There are breakpoints in Pool 3 where if you don't have a certain number of cards, it catches you back up. The prior system was a guaranteed card every 48 levels, and the change to the loot boxes basically only gives you the chance to finish faster or not, while making it feel more emotionally satisfying. Flunky Fletcher, thanks for the Prime, I appreciate that. Those breakpoints are not public, but it is communicated from Second Dinner that they exist. So there's also a pity system where you can't go more than 9 caches without opening a card. I should probably make a short video about this, because it's one that people ask or aren't familiar with a lot. I think my opponent might have timed out there. It's unfortunate for them. No, it wasn't 96 levels until like 3,000, madam. It was only 48. They could be infiniting. I guess that's true. Doesn't 9 seem like quite a bit? Yeah, so let me finish my point. I'm playing a game here too. So there's 9 is the pity system for averaging 1 per 4 things. But if you actually run bad and go 9 in between caches multiple times, there are breakpoints where it catches you back up, so everyone is guaranteed to have specific numbers of cards by certain points. Sorry, god damn it, chat lost me a cube. I'm talking and clicking at the same time and forgot about Atlantis. So if you actually hit the pity system multiple times, there's spots where you get caught back up. So like if you have a bunch of cards that are super spread out, by the time you hit, say, I'm making up a number here, collection level 2,000, if you're too many cards down compared to what you should be on average, you'll get a bunch in a row. Yeah, I should have put Green Goblin into the left there probably, and then we shouldn't have Dr. Doomed at the end. Not bad. We get to Angela into Mysterio into Viper over Mysterio clone to take up some space. Our deck is actually not great at playing into Mojo World, so I think I'm going to decline to do that. I'm going to play... I guess this could be a Mojo World as well here, which is awkward. If you're not having the battle pass, you never get a chance to get Black Panther again. No, it's time delayed, but free-to-play players can get every card in the game. The only thing that's exclusive to the passes is the cosmetics. Ben seems to communicate on Twitter a little bit, but from his personal account, but the primary form of communication that the devs seem to use is definitely Discord. Double Mojo World's a rough beat. I think all three of the decks that Ben had posted on the IGN video are quite bad. Or are more specifically, they're kind of worse versions of other things. Alright, so they have a Captain Marvel. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're playing one drop, so I'm not sure we're going to be able to cheese Mojo World that way. Yeah, so the thing to know about the Season Pass, if you're someone... Oh, I missed a sub in there, too. Funky Fletcher, thanks for the new Prime. The thing to note about the Season Pass, chat, if you're someone that's going to spend money on Marvel Snap, if you're going to spend money on Marvel Snap, and you're going to spend money on Marvel Snap, even if you don't want the particular card in the Season Pass, the gold... plus the fact that you just get the card and won't have to collect it from a cache later still greatly accelerates your progress. The $10 season pass is very similar to purchasing about $40 worth of gold. Yeah, I had Mogwai's stream on earlier today. The deck list he built is pretty close to the stock Hazmat deck, and it's really bad as well. It's fine if you find it fun. And that's something like a lot of people, when I describe a deck as being bad, people get offended. They're like, oh, well, I enjoy playing this. Like, you should play games for fun, chat. So if I tell you a deck is bad, that's not me saying you can't have fun with it and you can't win games with it. It's just me giving you my honest opinion that I think the deck's not consistent enough to be good. Do the things that spark joy, chat. But also, if you ask me, do I think a deck is good, I'm not about to lie to you. I'm gonna give you my honest opinion on it. There's an edge to getting a season pass. Well, the resources in the season pass do allow you to finish your collection faster than if you didn't have it. Little Storm Atlantis here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
With Captain Marvel, I don't really feel compelled to play into here since I've already got 7, he says before getting Jubileed. Okay, I'm just gonna Jessica Jones over here, and then we'll like Captain Marvel mid. It was confirmed by a dev in the Discord server that purchasable token cosmetics will be something that are coming to the game. I don't know about an incoming patch soon with that feature, but yeah, you'll be able to purchase variant artwork for your other things. Okay, I might snap on the Killmonger for Sunspot here. That seems quite good. I don't want to Black Widow them and give them a free thing to Lockjaw. I think there are Black Panther decks that are competitive, but I think they're pretty specific builds. Like I don't think Black Panther generically goes in everything, if that makes sense. Even with the Killmonger here, we're probably not generically big enough to win this, huh? We kill this, they go down to 12. We could put like +5 or 6 here with Marvel or a Killmonger. We go up to 18, but the Thor is going to at least 6 more. Yeah.
Escaped.
You want my thoughts on Black Panther decks? I've highlighted 4 different Black Panther decks up on the YouTube channel. I think the mid-rangey variation is probably my favorite of them with Daredevil, with Mr. Negative being a close second. I think in general, the more all-in ones that are on like Wong and stuff are a little bit too telegraphed and not quite consistent enough. Also, it's like fine in the Deadpool deck too. But you mostly, I definitely think you need Arnim Zola to make Black Panther competitive. I could not find any Black Panther deck list that I like that only use pull 1 and pull 2 cards. I usually snap Green Goblin into the Superflow. You're a Killmonger into their 1-drop as well here. I think my favorite comments on YouTube videos are when someone complains I didn't cover something that was like explicitly stated in the video multiple times. And I had a comment this afternoon that I responded to before I went live that someone complained I didn't give the exact statistics that the different location types were to appear. I definitely said those numbers a few times in the video. We'll just Angela Black Widow here and plan on redrawing the Killmonger. What's going on, Stellar Joe? Thanks for the 15 months. Ooh, that's a real good one. Great, nobody gets a Superflow. Did we just say nobody gets a Stark Tower here as well? I guess I really don't care if these are big though, right? We'll just play for these two. Yeah, I'm just gonna play for these other two locations. Victor, thanks for the prime, appreciate it.
Aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
Well, they weren't complaining about the specifics of locations. They were complaining specifically that I didn't tell them the odds of different locations happening, which I definitely mentioned at the start of every section. I gave loose stats at the start of the video too, I believe.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
All systems go.
So I can't play mid, but Captain Marvel can jump mid. It depends on, like, what level our opponent's on here. They could be, okay, they can't play mid, so I'm just playing left, in which case I should play Captain Marvel. But they could be hedging their bet here, assuming 13 is enough here, and then Killmonger and Mysterio win left. So do I bet 6 cubes on them playing left, or do I bet 6 cubes on them hedging middle? I think I'm gonna bet 6 cubes on them playing left.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
That still does it, right? Sick. Okay. So they hedged everything and Captain Marvel gets it.
Victory.
Yeah, I think the negative Panther deck's super reasonable. Like I said, I think the Black Panther Arnim Zola top end gives that deck a nice bit of consistency in terms of, gives a nice bit of consistency in terms of doing something when you don't have Mr. Negative. That's a lot of value. The other thing that was kind of, I'm gonna snap Hood into Viper over here. The other thing that was kind of funny to me, there were a bunch of people, there were data mined locations in the location rarity video. And I mentioned at several points that, hey, these aren't released yet. And people are like, oh, I've never seen this location before. It's like, yeah, that's why it was mentioned that it wasn't released yet. Okay, well, we're heading the danger room. What else are we doing where? We're just gonna Green Goblin over here. Yeah, I'm not sure that I like Killmonger this deck. I might swap that for like Enchantress or something. We Viper this Hood enough. That doesn't seem great.
Aid my hand.
Is Dr. Doom enough to win left? It might be. There is. Sick. Rewarded for playing on the rescue. And then... I think I Captain Marvel? Question mark. I wanna play these two plus Demon over the last turns here. I think this is better for them to know about than Doom. Well, Marvel kind of lets them know what's up as well, right? So good chance to win left and right here. Because we're going to end up +5 in each of these as well. Plus we're going to have 11 here in the middle. I think I want to hedge the middle. That could be wrong. It might be right to hedge Demon right. Yes, this is my favorite variant in the game. Not close. Someone asked what Mysterio is for. Mysterio is just one of the best cards in the game, chat. But its clones trigger Angela and they trigger Rescue. And donating a clone with Viper is also quite good. This could be a 6-drop in the mid from them. Okay, cool.
Victory.
His clones can break Captain Marvel's AI, to a degree. This deck's pretty good at playing towards all three paths between Marvel and Doom. I'm gonna try Carnage over Killmonger, I think. Killmonger's been a little whatever, and like, Carnage eats Hood, and it eats Mysterio clones, and it eats Widow, which is nice. It also clears out random goblins and stuff. Hey, what's going on, Gap? Welcome back. I think the game has gotten more difficult as more people have joined. So, part of Snap's matchmaking has some collection level based stuff. So, free-to-play players that just started at release are like just now getting to a point where they can pair into folks like me. So my player pool at this end of the pool is like just now starting to ramp up. So it's really hard to say, Renova. Damn it. Hopefully we draw one or two here. Okay, better chance than a one or a two. Marvel doesn't fly into the Kingpin lane? I thought she did. Maybe they changed that? I thought she used to fly into the Kingpin lane successfully. Icebox is better AI than Agatha. Well. When you donate for pull 3 submissions? Hold on, thinking. This might be a Storm the Gamma Lab, right? Because they could play something plus slide the Nightcrawler, and I'm not a Shang-Chi deck. So I think I'm just gonna Storm the Gamma Lab here.
Wind, aid my hand. Wind, aid my hand.
I might do, sorry, to answer your question, I might do some deck submissions later. I'm just playing a couple of things I want to play to start, though.
Opponent snapped.
Yes, I dislike that I have to scroll for the emotes. I feel like they should probably just give me 3. Scrolling is definitely like a big let me down. Okay, and that's the Dr. Doom. So we just go... I'm gonna snap them. We'll go rescue plus demon mid. Or do I demon left and just hedge all 3? I think I'm just gonna hedge all 3 again. We'll go demon rescue and then we'll just Dr. Doom into the middle to trigger on the last turn. Is Mysterio good at Patriot? Yeah, Mysterio's great in Patriot. If you look up on the YouTube channel, I posted a Patriot destroy list. I think it's quite good with Mysterio. It's my favorite variation of Patriot. I think the Ultron Patriot lists that go around are pretty mediocre. It is a little strange that Miss Marvel has an emote and there's not her card's out of the game yet. Hopefully soon. There's a data mined copy of her. I really hope we get.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I really hope we start getting regular releases sooner rather than later. The long pause into emote me and Spider-Man my rescue path is certainly a thing. No, I don't think Ultron's a very good card in general. You guys stay here for 4 cubes with Doom to play to all the paths. Alright, so we probably got ghosted out of that one. This is what it is. Claw gets us a little bit on this side. It is interesting to note. No, would we have lost the breaker if I'd have played Captain Marvel? Yeah, I'd have lost the breaker if I played Captain Marvel, I believe. I don't think Spider-Man and Daredevil makes you the bad man. Those two are great together, in fact. They're good. Good 1, 2, 3 with they're a good 1, 2, 3 with Professor X, right? Yeah, Claw's really good there forever. That was a good beat on the Spider-Man mid. So I don't really want to Angela in DC because I want to be able to play Doombot to her path and have that get the bonus down the line, I think. Although I suppose this could also be DC in theory. Our starts here is really good. Anytime I can Green Goblin someone's armor path, I like to snap them. Is it better to play Spider-Man on turn 5? It depends on what you have this set up for, right? So you can play Spider-Man on turn 4 to set up Professor X on turn 5 to guaranteed lock a lane down. Alright, that's probably an L then. Can we win left and right? Probably not. Guess we'll wait till they snap and push us out. They're carnaging in DC. Are they not Destroyer then? Yeah, there's some just weird version of Destroyer then, right? Because they have Cosmo and armor.
Opponent snapped.
It's a really good snap if they don't have Destroyer, a really bad snap if they do. statistically it's a bad stat. I guess the rocks throw it off. Maybe they don't because of the rocks. I don't think I'm willing to spend 6 cubes to find out though. I think that's the standard destroyer list. I mean, based on what? Your feels? Why are your feels that that's the standard destroyer list more valid than my feels? Can you explain? This is your fair warning that I'm just banning people that don't pay me money that complain the matchmaking's a problem. The problem isn't that your opponents have better cards than you, chat. At the end of pull 2, you have competitive decks that can play into full collections. I fucking say that like 12 times a day, and it's so obnoxious to people come in here and ignore me and scapegoat anything else. The reason why you can't win with your only pull 2 deck is you're either playing a bad deck or you're playing the good deck poorly. And I get that it's easier to blame the matchmaking than to be like, oh, I should play better or do better. But go do that on Reddit or Discord or somewhere where people are amenable to that kind of bitching and not here in my space. I'm not amenable to it. We're gonna give you a dose of reality here. You need 0 pool 3 cards to be competitive in Marvel Snap, and that's by design. The pool system is literally designed to make sure you have competitive cards. It does an excellent job of that. Rescue into Marvel. It might be rescue into... No, we can't go rescue to Marvel. We go rescue to Jones, though, right? I think that is 100% the truth, and I completely agree with it. The Green Ranger says, I think playing complete pool 2 decks is advantageous over people playing incomplete pool 3 decks. Yes. Part of the problem is, from talking to a lot of people, seems like that a lot of folks are building bad pool 3 decks instead of just playing their good pool 2 decks. And I get that it's exciting and it's, or what's the way to say it? I get that it's kind of lame that the optimal thing to continue doing when you start pool 3 is continue to play the pool 2 decks. And it's fine if you don't want to do that, but also don't bitch about the fact that you can't win if you're intentionally like tying a lead weight around your foot and playing bad decks that are half functional. You know, I know you want to play the new sweet cards. Me too, I feel you. 3 cards here? That's so many cards, chat. Is a 0 drop then? It's gotta be, right?
Higher, further, faster, baby.
A little bit short here, unfortunately. Alright, I'm gonna switch to a deck that needs a little bit less finesse, is a little bit more raw power. Which play does it take to finish pull 2? Without spending any money, you finish pull 2 in about 3 weeks if you max the free-to-play rewards. Well, I'm probably gonna record a short ramble about it at some point, because I've heard complaints like that a lot, and I've deleted a bunch of people's ability to post to my YouTube channel because they're whiny crybabies complaining about that. And look, I understand it from a it's not fun to play the same decks you've been jamming perspective. Snap desperately needs collector's tokens to make that spot in the early pool 3 be more interesting and exciting, so you can get that second or third pool 3 cards you're missing to finish a new deck. So it can be optimal to not keep playing the pool 2 decks. But you currently have the ability to make a choice. Hey, I can play the good deck that's pull 1 and pull 2 cards, or I can put myself at a disadvantage and try and play new things. It's fine to do that, but just be realistic about what you're doing. Well, so you can spend money to finish your collection quicker, but you don't control which cards you get faster, right? So like, I spent money as quickly as Snap would let me spend it, because there's even a cap on how much money you can spend per day. Everybody has to wait to get cards, even if you're spending money. And like, my last 2 cards were Green Goblin and Mystique. So I feel you, chat. Look, go look at how many decks that I play on average on stream contain either Green Goblin or Mystique. I was playing incomplete, inoptimal decks for a long time. So I get it. I feel your pain. I went through it too. I want them to make that experience better for other players. Alright, usually I like playing Thor before I Lockjaw. Thor creates the Mjolnir for our deck, and then Lockjaw can play fetch with the hammer. So the thing that does get harder in pool 3, your calculations are wrong if you think it takes $1,500. I have a spreadsheet here breaking down what it costs and how long it takes for free-to-play and not free-to-play players. You just call Mystique a bad card? Oh, Drunk Owl, that was friendly fire. I was stop! Why is my chat moving? I'm trying to time out the idiot that called Mystique a bad card. Hold on, Owl, I'll fix it. Why is my chat not pausing? It says my chat's saying it's paused and then not actually pausing. It's really annoying. Man, chat's in kind of rare form today, huh? There's something in the water today.
All systems go.
And then we're just dead to the destroyer, right?
Escaped.
It's unfortunate that our Lockjaw, maybe I'm not supposed to play Lockjaw to the path that they're already in if we think they could be a destroyer deck. I just didn't put them on destroyer until the warpath flipped up, because Okoye is not a card that typically sees play in the destroyer archetype. Yeah, Mystique is literally one of the best cards in the game. It's one of the best cards you can open in pool 3. It is the key enabler in a bunch of different archetypes, and it even serves as being a quality upgrade to establish pool 1 and pool 2 decks like Dino as well as Khazar. Yeah, I forget where I put Mystique on my top 5 cards list, but it's definitely in my top 5 list. It might have been 1 or 2. I don't know. It's up there though. The thing that does get harder in pool 3, and this is the thing that people hate for whatever reason losing because they were bad or made a mistake and would much rather blame anything else. Chat, I fucking love losing because I made a mistake. Because you know what the alternative was to losing because I made a mistake? It's shitty variance. I don't want to lose to bad variance. I want my game to have agency and allow me to make good and bad decisions. The number one complaint I hear from people that I think have really terrible mindsets as they advance through Marvel Snap is I constantly hear from people, I'm losing as I get to pool 3 because I couldn't play around a new card. And it's just like, that's how card games work. When you enter a new format, you have to take your losses and learn the format. I really, like, I wonder what other games people have been playing that their experiences, they show up to this other game and they immediately get to whatever the highest rank is possible in that game. Those must be really terrible, boring games if you can show up and learn everything about the game and not gain any knowledge or experience past that point in like 6 days or less than a week. Like the number of people I saw that were like salty or expected to be at the top of the snap ladder after playing for less than a week, it was just like, what? Like, it's just such a weird expectation. Yeah, not caring about the ladder. Happy Noob, what a great username. And not caring about the ladder is busted. I think I was playing Snap for 3 months before I got Infinite for the first time. 3 months sounds right. Yeah, I missed Infinite 2 of the 4 closed beta seasons. Because again, I just wasn't focused on my rank. It's like, all right, we'll play for fun. Is this a pass Infinite angle? This could be a pass like Hammer here, Wasp here, Infinite. I think I'm kind of into that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are a handful of people that got to Infinite their first week playing Marvel Snap. But the idea that getting to Infinite your first week playing Marvel Snap should be the rule rather than the exception is so weird to me. And I don't know, maybe these folks that expect that do that in other games, they're just like not used to having to like take a step and learn. Well, I can have a 10 power thing here. We could lose mid. Unfortunately, our hammer on the right does not let us win right. I can get a Giganto, but that only puts us to 25. Alright, we'll donate 2 cubes and lose Monster Metropolis. Hey, Elvis, thanks for the 2/3 of your. Welcome back. Good to see regulars coming back in for some Snap-a-Lap, man. Is Arrow good? Any pull 2 decks? Arrow's just a pretty generically good card you can slot into most things. Being able to dictate where your opponent's cards end up on turns 5 and 6 is really powerful.
Mjolnir, to me.
I was playing for a little bit last night, yeah. Leader's just a powerful card. That's good. Leader is really good against decks that are not leaning on synergy. If your deck's just putting lots of stats into play, Leader's gonna beat you more often than not. Yeah, let's go on Apple it. And to be fair, Snap is very easy to play all of the time. Where are our friends going here? So again, I like to play Thor before I play Lockjaw typically, especially with Sunspot drawn. So next turn we'll be able to go Lockjaw, Sunspot, Wasp. So I think I'm gonna Thor here because we can't play him here, and then we'll Lockjaw over to the right.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Wind, aid my hand.
What do I think of the design of leader? I think leader is a fine design. I think it's also the type of design, though, that makes competitive spiky players whine like salty crybabies, which, honestly, if that's the result, maybe it's a better design than even what I give it credit for, because listening to those types of players moan is my kink. What's going on, Adam? Thanks for the brand new sub. Now, thing to remember with Lockjaw is whatever you tuck in first can come back out with the second one. I think I'd rather get Sunspot back out than Wasp. I guess it's close, though. One large land. Lady Thor here is probably the best hit there, because it gives us Wasp back and it gives us Mjolnir here. So they're going to go to 14 here. We're only going to 12, so I'm going to go ahead and play my friend Vision out here. I'm going to snap them as well. They might retreat on this snap, but if they're not staying here, they're not staying at all. We'll Mjolnir over here. And if we Mjolnir here, we have a chance to redraw this next turn because it can hit Chavez.
Mjolnir, to me.
I'll bet your first split was Chavez, Gearheart. And your last card was probably something good like Killmonger. We actually beat leader here this time, which is nice, because they'll win center, but we'll win left and right. If you're interested, I actually did a... Oh, Angela's a good one. I actually did a deep dive on the Lockjaw archetype that includes budget versions that have fewer pool 3 cards in it. So you can check those out on the Glandia Snap channel here. A full breakdown of what this little boy can do. Where did I go to school and what did I teach? I live in Central Illinois, which is the home to Illinois State University here in Bloomington. I came down here to do my grad program here, and then my wife and I ended up staying because she got a job at a place here. I'm originally from the Chicago area. My graduate and undergraduate degrees are in math, and I had a teaching minor during undergrad. Yep, Springfield is a hop, skip, and a jump. Real close by. I mean, you could ask me math problems. No, you can't afford to ask me math problems. I mean, you could ask, I won't answer. Now, fun interaction of this archetype, Lockjaw will swap Mysterio clones out. Awkward interaction with the board, LeChuka Gulia will put rocks in my deck when I'm Mysterio there.
Face the might of Asgard.
The might of Asgard. No, I did my undergrad at a split between a community college and then a small university called Governor State on the south side of Chicago. You gave me a widow's bite! Oh, opponent. What a kind giver, chat. They gave me a freebie with Mr. Lockjaw here. We'll snap him on that one. Ooh, that was not what we're looking for here. We draw Chavez guaranteed on the last one. Huh? Is this a retreat? I'm winning the middle. What's in my deck? My deck is Mjolnir, Infinite, Mjolnir, Infinite, Jane Foster. I get 2 cracks at it. There's a Sunspot too. I got a couple of. I wanna gamble on I can't play into the vault yet. Yeah, I had Jubilee for 2 cubes. Arrow and Sarah are the 2 best 5 drops at Snap. They're both very good. All right. 2 shots at our buddy the Infinite. Rats.
Mjolnir, to me.
Venom is another card that works well with Arnim Zola in the negative Panther deck. So you can Venom, eat an entire path, and then you can, so what were the odds there? We were 1 in 5 and then 1 in 4. So we had Brick hit an 80%er and then a 75%er. So we were 40% to win there. Yeah, I'll take 2 cubes on a 40%er. I was like, that's pretty close to a coin flip. Yeah, if you factor in the Wasp roll as well, it was a pretty bad series overall. I guess that was the only card in our hand it could hit, because it doesn't hit 6 drops, but it's still annoying to have our card that we were going to play on curve not get played now. Alright, well, we won that game, huh? I just didn't want to play into the Sunspot path. I'd rather play into the Punisher path, I think. Okay, so we Lady Thor, and then we Giganto, and we hope that wins left and right. Ooh, Punisher Green Goblin is a combo, chat. That is a wombo combo right there. Wait, hold on. It's almost made Noopsie. Like, we just didn't do anything till 4, and then we're gonna win with like 3 cards? Maybe? Maybe? Yeah. GG! Come on, Dr. Smarts. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it.
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir, to me! Dojo only gets bigger. There are 4 cards on both sides. So we're not quite able to do here. I think this deck is quite good. The more I play with this archetype, the more I think it's one of the better decks in the game. Seen the Lockjaw Casino deck? You mean the one with Hela in it? Yeah, it was in my last Lockjaw video. It's not, it's really bad. It's adorable, but it's really bad. It's like Captain Marvel. She's one of my favorite designs in the game. Really neat card. Programmed horribly though. It works exactly how I would expect it to work. What do you think is programmed horribly about it, denizen of Twitch chat? Please enlighten me. Any negative videos? Yeah, I actually had a negative video published this morning on the channel. Alright, I think we're waiting to Giganto here. My deck's kind of mediocre right now, right? My Infinite, my Hulk, my Giganto, my Vision are all in my hand. My Chavez is out. Ah, yes, the classic horrible programming of not working in an edge case. Maybe Captain Marvel's just not a team player and doesn't want to work with copies of herself. You think Captain Marvel should play well with herself? I'm pretty sure this game's only rated T. They don't want a higher rating than that. Take a turn off to Infinite? No, I think I can play for all three paths here. I think we just like Lady Thor middle, and then we'll like Giganto left, and this here, this puts us to 16, 10, and 10. They can obviously split the difference here between the two, but... yeah, we played with it a little bit on Stream Hyrule. It's really novel, but it's really not good. I think I agree with that, Bozzy. I think that is the only thing I would like to see changed about Marvel's programming. The fact that Marvel bases off of when they were played when they're on both sides, as opposed to basing off of priority. I think Ant-Man is much better than Quinjet Spectrum Destroyer. Draws where you have Ant-Man, you very easily stack your path with 4. So, with Lockjaw in hand here, I'm gonna wait to play Mysterio, because I want to use the clone to trigger Lockjaw. Montana basically only plays leader deck, so that's a card we're going to want to be conscious of on the last turn if we're able to play around it. Yeah, I think endgame effects should all just trigger in priority order gap. Need 5 jobs so you played a Daredevil deck. Definitely only 2. 2 is what I typically play. If you look at the list that I play. Raft. That's interesting. Iron Fist moves. Huh. Okay, so this is a fun line. So I get to Heimdall here, plus Vision, and then Lockjaw and Green Goblin will slide mid, and then I can move Vision to play something into the Lockjaw path next turn if we want to. Wait, what? Why the fuck does that work that way? Okay, well, okay, that's funny. That's actually hilarious. That's just good, clean, calculated living right there. So, and this is, we were talking about programming. This is actually something that should be changed. So, they changed, yeah, they did a Band-Aid fix on Jubilee with Lockjaw that makes other things like this logically inconsistent now. So, it used to be that if you Jubileed into Lockjaw, Lockjaw would tuck Jubilee into your deck and give you a different card. But it means if you Heimdall Lockjaw into the Heimdall path, Heimdall now tucks into your deck after he finishes resolving. Yeah, it's super inconsistent now. So if you Jubilee into Lockjaw, Lockjaw doesn't tuck Jubilee. But if you Heimdall Lockjaw into Heimdall's path, you Lockjaw the Heimdall. And those two things should behave the same way, right? If Jubilee doesn't get tucked when she pulls Lockjaw, Heimdall shouldn't get tucked when he moves Lockjaw over. And they Band-Aid fixed Jubilee to only change her interaction with Lockjaw. We definitely need a little consistency there. I've played a lot of Jeskai Ascendancies and I have no idea what happened there. LOL. Lockjaw should only do the first card played each turn in his path? Nah, I think that's silly. Alright, we're gonna have all of the free Gamma Lab things, so I'm gonna snap here and then die horribly to a Shang-Chi. We need to add Heimdall for the meme game. That's true. That's true. That would be the big brain line. Alright, so they're snapping Wongers. So we can Thor into Lady Thor. Well, no, they couldn't have snapped Shang-Chi. If they did, like, it was going away potentially. I think they were just snapping their turn 3 Wong.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Okay, well that's great. So I get to go Mjolnir into the Lockjaw path, and then Jane draw the Mjolnir back out.
Mjolnir, to me.
Okay, so Odin doesn't win. Arnim Zola, depending on how it rolls, could win. If they only send this here, though, it's 32 plus 16 is 48. And Giganto here is 50. Which is nice. Depending on how the Zola rolls, we could lose this game. And we needed to not hit Wong first. We wanted to hit, like, Ironheart and then Wong. But if it goes Wong into Panther, we die here, obviously. Okay. Oh, I guess if these hit the Panther and it hits the Panther next, we just hit Wong, so we're a coin flip. Okay, sick. Flippy rippy. Okay, so, you know, our turn to get a good beat. Honestly, probably a mistake on the opponent's part. Maybe they didn't have these yet, but if our opponent had Panther and Zola in hand when they played Wong out, they should have played the Iron Heart to a different path. Yeah, I mean, it's possible they didn't have Zola in hand when they played the Iron Heart. Are there any decks that can make use of Nick Fury? Not really. We played a build that had Quinjet in it that was like okay-ish. Maybe we should revisit that. I feel like posting a Nick Fury deck highlight will probably generate a lot of YouTube clicks. And that was like the closest to reasonable we've played, so might be worth playing and recording a little bit with for the sake of clicks. Maybe we'll do that after this game. We'll put it back together. Shit's moving, doesn't matter here. I wish they would revert the Ronin nerf. I liked Ronin better as a 5-0 that got +3.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Nothing to do this turn. We'll just soak with Sunspot. I feel like I Jane middle to just not give them a free Professor X path, right? Well, I guess they're most likely to Professor X here, huh? Yeah, let's go to the left. Oh, yeah. It's the good stuff right there, chat. Every time Professor Cheese loses, an angel gets its wings. So we'll play to both of these paths. We play the extra. There we go, like 11 and 5. Or do I do the bare minimum here? I'm only playing Mysterio because I want to soak on. Trying to Professor X the Sunspot path is, it's not great. Bold strategy, chat. We'll see how it pays off for him here. I don't think I can snap them here. I think they leave if we snap them.
Mjolnir. To me. Victory.
Hey, chat, I need to run to the restroom really quick. I'm in an ad roll while I'm stepping away. Don't go anywhere. We played a bunch more snap. When we get back, we're going to sacrifice a bunch of my cubes to playing Nick Fury. So, BRB. That's true. If you snap well, chat, it's kind of hard to lose too many cubes in this game. Okay, so what do? We loosely played this shell once before. Quinjet, Moon Girl, Dino, Collector. But Mr. Negative Deck on my YouTube. Yeah, it was literally the highlight this morning. Yeah, there's a few. What do you do? Invisible Woman, Discard Engine, Nick Fury, Hella. That's worse than just playing normal Hella. Fury is Dino Fuel or a way to just like get random bombs, yeah. What else do you want to do here? Cable's a good card. I don't think Electro is good. I understand where you're at wanting to get to your 5s at a card. Is Electro good? I guess sometimes you just like Electro Fury 6/6. What are the odds that that's actually useful? What does Nick Fury do? He gives you 3 random 6-cost things to your hand. Double Fury, single Fury usually fills your hand. I'm sure I remember the list we played previously. I don't think Snap.fan archives them. Yeah, Mystique's probably good here. She can copy Sarah and Dino. And Quinjet. This deck definitely does not want Storm. We don't really have a way to play into the Storm paths. Afternoon Scroll. I think we tried Wave last time and ended up not liking it. Yeah, Angela's just a generically fine card. We could just round this out with Angela Chavez for sure. Magic. We already have a bunch of 5s is the problem with Magic. To the person I just timed out that said Magic lets you play 2 6-drops off of Nick Fury, I'm gonna give you a 10-minute break to figure out how you play 2 5-drops on turn 5 and then play a 6-on-6 and a 6-on-7. You let me know if you figure it out and I'll apologize when I get back. When you get back. So Collector on 2. Happy to play Mr. Cable into Murray Isle and see what we get. We don't really have anything in our hand worth moon girling at the moment. But has a copy of Mysterio here. Our Magneto is a fun toy. Ugly, but fun. Huh. Just like Moon Girl into Dino into Magneto, probably. Moon Girl copies our hand left to right, so we'll get 3 more of these cards. They played a bunch of things they want to blow up mid, but then also Nova right. It's like Death Wave. That's missing. Wait, so it's gonna be like Carnage plus Wave this turn. Okay, so they have the wave. They have a demon. Yeah, nothing's been blown up other than with Yondu, right? So they can't death plus another card here? I guess the problem is I'm losing left and right, right? And if they just play a copy of Death, I tie with Magneto. Yeah, Yondu counts for Death. So I guess it's a coin flip though, right? If they play left versus play right. Spend a cube on a coin flip. Hey, Arslan, thanks for 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it.
Opponent snapped.
The long wait to snap after I finally lock in my play is always just like the biggest of spooky. You talk about making a 50-50 percentage play and then opponent taking forever to make their decision and then finally makes it after I commit. What does a snap do? This video here kind of breaks down how snapping works with the game. Central Park's kind of annoying with our Angela. I guess we'll Quinjet mid because I want to play Angela in a place where I can play some cards after her, and Central Park's going to be safe to do that. Mystique doesn't currently do anything because our last card doesn't have an ongoing effect. Ultron is very bad in Patriot. Doesn't stop people from playing it, but it's much worse than Doom. Alright, chat. I think I'm off of Nick Fury. This is definitely just a bad Dino deck.
Escaped.
Well, maybe I'll play some Ronin Dino or something, but I just keep looking at my hand going like, this is the worst possible play I can make at any given point. Why is Ultron bad in Patriot? Because it's very easy to go over the top of filling your paths with 1 power things. And that's even before you consider the fact that if you play it while you have priority, you lose to Killmonger on the last turn. Alright, let's try some of this. We played a little bit of this at the end of yesterday. It's a Dino-less Moon Girl deck. Yeah, Dr. Doom's very good in Patriot. So I added in Mysterio. And he's really cute with Bishop. And in theory, you could play like Bishop on 3, Moon Girl, copy your Mysterio, and then your 2 Mysterios just add infinite power to Bishop. They gum the board up a little bit too, so this might be a little bit too much clutter. We'll see. The Bishop Mysterio package might be bad here. I wanna play some games with it and see how it feels. What are you supposed to do with Black Bolt? Black Bolt is like a tech/hate card, and it's not particularly good against anything currently in the game right now, no. Might be a punt the left angle, chat. Okay, so if we Bishop here, we're gonna get duplicates of Nightcrawler, Morales, and Demon, which sounds great.
Opponent snapped.
I think I'm gonna stay. Oh, I missed that they discarded 2 things. Can we beat them, center? I think we can, right? So this is... I don't want to play this out here yet. So this is 9, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 24. Yeah, we're gonna beat them in Kermitage. Yeah, we're gonna beat them in Kermitage. So Nightcrawler's actually too late for Miles here. If I Nightcrawler last turn, I can't move it and then make Miles cheap, unfortunately. So this is 14, 18, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I need to demon middle to win middle, unfortunately. That's fine, though. Puts us to 27 mid. And if they play here, they're down. They're down the Jessica Jones abilities. We'll see what they do. Oh, that's a good catch. If I would have Polaris. Oh! I totally forgot rescue was going to happen twice as well. I'm so dumb. We're good though, right? I forgot rescue was going to double trigger too. Yeah, we're good because this only comes over here for 14. Yeah.
Victory.
Yeah, I missed Polaris there. You are correct, I missed Polaris, sir. Asking me to make a video to teach people how to evaluate cards was like walking up to someone with a PhD who spent decades in their field saying, hey, can you make a 10-minute YouTube video telling me how to do your job? And like, obviously, my job is more than just doing that, but like, a big part of what I do here is evaluating cards. And it's one of those things where like, you can't just like break it down to this is how you do it in a short, punchy type thing, right? It doesn't work that way. Mindscape's really bad for us, huh? I guess we're just playing out a bunch of power to Sinister London. I will say, based on your comment, though, your comment is talking about how you dislike that people point out cards are only good in specific situations. Context is key is something that I say quite frequently when talking about cards. And cards being good or bad inside of specific situations is often fine. Okay, so Arrow means that whatever they play is guaranteed to not end up in London because she'll flip here and then she'll flip somewhere else and drag them again, I believe. Oh, right. That works funky that way. We learned that last time. Hey, Fear Agent, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it. So, this is kind of cute. Do I double Quinjet so whatever cards they hand me all cost 2 less next turn? Is that winnable? It might be. It's definitely funny. I could also just like jug them here so they don't get a free thing in Sinister, and the biggest thing I'm passing them next turn's a 5. Yeah, that's probably the line. Just like kick you out of London, and we'll trade hands. I guess I did give them. Oh, they got a Sarah. Okay, that's kind of scary. Are we dead then? I think we're dead then with Sarah. Because what? We gave them a 1 mana Miles, a Mysterio. You can't double jet Crimson Cosmos. This adds copies of cards, it does not play them. So Sinister London can add cards to places they normally wouldn't be allowed to play. Adding a card and playing a card are mechanically different in Marvel Snap.
Escape.
Oh, that's true. Quinjet would have made Cosmos unplayable. Spectrum. So ongoing deck almost assuredly. Hey, Raid. Thanks, Dexter. Welcome to folks coming on in from there. playing a little bit of a Miles Moon Girl brew here this afternoon. Looks like Spectrum. I always assume they're Destroyer when I start to see Spectrum, but I'm spreading their paths out here. I mean, maybe that's not the case. There are bots at this level, and the bots do tend to have titles. Yeah, it's super normal to pair up with Infinity rank player when you have your rank 75. Rank 75 is a pretty high rating, chap. Probably just getting Professor cheesed in the middle. Unfortunately, they have priority.
I am Iron Man.
For cheesing me to the right, huh? All right, we know they have Spectrum in hand. Oh man. Is that our best draw, or was that our best draw? I think I missed my mute on the sneeze. I apologize. Oh, that's true. They don't guarantee to have Spectrum because of Adelan. How much power are we going to go up to here in the middle? This is 9, 13, 14, 15. And then Juggernaut likely kicks them into the Superflow. I'll stay for a cube here for sure. You didn't hear a sneeze, perfect. RTX must have caught it. I almost moved Nightcrawler too. I guess I should have. I guess I just assumed they could win the breaker here because they had Iron Man. I should have slid Nightcrawler over. Well, I guess if I slide Nightcrawler over, do I still lose here if they play right? If I slide Nightcrawler over and Spectrum goes here, they're -9 here in the middle and I'm -2. Yeah, it actually didn't matter where their Spectrum went, where a Nightcrawler was, right? Yeah, playing mid was smart there. Yeah, that's true. There's a chance that moving was correct because they just weren't going to play right and they're going to play middle regardless. Knacker, thanks for the 41 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Part of me wants to do it. Who else am I putting over there? Our deck's actually not very good at leveraging Bar Sinister. We're just super tight on space is the problem. Yeah, Mysterio has not felt great. I think I'm gonna cut that in Bishop. I really felt better yesterday without them.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yeah, we have to make some choices here. I only play one card next turn. I just want to win the center as hard as possible, right? So we do this. Got him. Got him. And then does our arrow here win Bar Sinister then? Here, bud.
Victory.
It turns out 4x Quinjet into Moon Girl is kind of busted. Someone write that down. I don't think I like the Mysterio Bishop package. Let's, Oh, I wasn't loving Chavez at the top end of this deck yesterday. I think I want to try Kingpin. We can make good use of. Sorry, I know I'm on the wrong scene. I'm updating a screenshot and then we'll be back. Oh, hold on, I also watched my other miles. Oh, Cable and White Queen. I don't think those cards solve any problems that we have. So that's actually a good. Oh, my deck screenshot messed up. It's a good lesson in deck building. In card games, there's always lots of cards that are gonna work well together for you. The question you want to be asking yourself when you're tuning a deck and making changes is, what problem do I have, and how does my problem get solved by making the change that's being suggested? Because if you're just looking for cards that are synergistic to each other, you're always gonna have like a list of like 40 cards, right? You gotta narrow it down somehow. Girl is low-key really good into Luke's bar, because if Moon Girl fills your hand, You get to keep her in the bar. It's a funny one. Let's, yank this back on into the center here, huh? Oh, I don't have priority. If they play a different one or two, Polaris could go bad here, but I think the odds of pulling Ebony Maw middle are high, and that's really good for us. Damn. Nailed it. Chat, please stop disappointing me. I promise you can do better. Again, listen to the words that I just said before you start shouting out cards. If you want to suggest a card, you need to tell me what problem my deck has and how you are solving that problem with the addition that you are suggesting. And then, in a super perfect world, ideally you should also be telling me what I'm cutting. Okay, that's cute. So they kicked Crossbones into the middle. They are notably getting a copy of Arrow and a copy of Kingpin here. Oh, right. And my Quinjet makes their entire hand free for us, or cheaper. That's quite hilarious. Okay, do we just slide to the left then with this Heimdall? They also gave me a Dr. Doom, so they have to know they're torched, right? There's no way they're staying here? Yeah.
Victory.
Got Mysterio for Collector. There's literally one card in my deck that Collector is good with. Collector's like worse than Lizard in this deck. Because at most we're generating... Chat, stop trying to build the Moon Dino deck. I get it. I get it that like Moon Dino is what your brain is programmed to do when you see Moon Girl. But like, we're explicitly doing something different here. That's the goal at least. I don't want to play Quinjet into the Ninja path because if we draw Viper, I want to be able to kick the Ninja over to their side of the board. Can you be nicer? Yes, for you I will try to be nicer. Cheese rules, please fuck off. Was that polite enough for you?
Opponent snapped.
You don't even pay me to be here. Be nicer? What a sense of entitlement. If you're upset with what's on your TV, change the channel. All right, are we kingpinning? I might just be kingpinning because we have a third resource here. Okay, everybody's the main character of their own story, for sure. Okay, rewarded for playing right here. I think we just Angela Crawler mid. I also, and this is an opinion, so feel free to disagree with this, but I also honestly didn't really feel like I had been mean there at any points really. And that's kind of one of the problems we have as a society, chat. We live in a society where I ask you to not waste my time and to put a little bit of critical thinking into what's going on. And instead, that's just me being mean. It's like, come on. Come on. This is going to lock me into only 12 power here, but I think it gives me a good chance to win these. And I want to move Nightcrawler, because then on turn 5, I can go 3 mana rescue for Moon Girl, Miles. So I think this is right. I drew Viper. Now I kind of want to go Viper into Polaris, and then I could go Miles, Juggernaut on the last turn. And Juggernaut could potentially kick things into Asgard, which is nice. That's an Invisible Woman. They've discarded one card already. Could just be getting hell in here, chat. Yeah, this is a 3-mana card, or less. I think I just spread out here. Yeah, I assume they're just playing right. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to put both Miles on the right, actually. Thanks for the Prime, Dirk Paxton. Alright, sometimes lucky.
Victory.
That's what you get for playing Hella in your Apocalypse deck. I think they're playing the weird Lockjaw discard deck that we played a little bit of. It's weird. It's not. It's novel. Mr. Hood out. Balank, thanks for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Hilarious, your Angela into Necrotia sounds lovely. It's unfortunate that we didn't have priority here because of our hood. So, like, they get to pump up beforehand, but... Oh, and then we pulled the Sentinel. Okay. Well, that worked out less than ideal for us. And we did get a cheap Spider-Man if we want it, though. Do I want it? I kind of don't, actually. I think this is a rescue here. Okay, I think this is a... Huh? That's a tough one. Is it Kingpin 1/1 into Arrow mid? Hey, Mallyback. Thanks for the sub gifts. Appreciate it. That's a tough one. I think Kingpin means we do this. I'm gonna snap him. Hey, glad you're having fun with Snap. I know I am too. Yeah, like I like this because this sets us up so we have a ton of power mid. So even if they play mid, they likely can't win the game. Human breaks any toys that move to his path on turn 6. Alright, chat. I wasn't sure how we were going to do on a Saturday night, but we got 1,600 people in here, which is awesome. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Tentatively, I will take 2 build-around deck submissions if there's anybody hanging out that's interested in having that done on stream. I'll have time to be live to do at least 2 of those. Then we'll see where the night goes. We might have time to do more. We're not Angelaing the murder world, so we'll go right. We are basically a party. It's a party. Do 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 do. I don't really like Baron Mordor in the Ronin deck. I don't think it does enough. Cyclops? Cyclops has so many good variants and stuff, it's so sad that he's bad. I guess we Moon Girl here and get copies of these. Yeah, gotta be Patriot. It's sad we don't have any of our big powerful cards to copy here. Do we just, like, double Juggernaut the big house? Just like this turn and next turn? That's actually a little unfortunate for us. I was hoping to keep them out of the big house. Okay, Wave's like kind of funny here, because like, I guess they get to play 2 cards, but I get to play 3 cards this turn, right? Okay, Kingpin is also kind of funny. So I can Kingpin mid, Juggernaut left, and then if we kick anything from here to the center, it'll die. I guess strong. Okay. No, they're snapping because they have their full combo set up here.
It's clobbering time.
Okay, so we're dead to 28 mid then, very thoroughly, right? I put 14 more there, that's not enough. So, Onslaught doubles ongoing effects. Mystique doubles the double. They double each other, and they both double this. The opponent's build tends to be very bad a lot of the time, but Elysium or cards like Pegasus or whatever that give you extra energy really put them into overdrive. A very, very good showcase of what they're... Not even bigger fish so much as good location variants, right? Like, normally their deck has the issue that it's just too many big things, and it doesn't have time to get them all down. But when everything suddenly costs 1 and then 2 less because of Elysium, they have the time to do it. I would have Shang-Chi'd him into oblivion. That right there is why Shang-Chi will always see a ton of play, even when it's not well positioned. It's such a viscerally satisfying card to cheese people with. Wow, double Elysium game in a row, huh? What are the odds? So, I get to Angela, and then I get to Moon Girl, copy these 3, which is great. So I'm waiting to play Nightcrawler out because I want 2 4-power Nightcrawlers with Moon Girl. It's Hot Location Day. Yes, Hot Location will kick off in approximately 4 hours and 5 minutes. If I Moon Girl without playing Nightcrawler, I will not draw a card next turn. I think I want to draw a card next turn, so I'm going to play Nightcrawler here. Hard hand size limit of 7. Means I don't get another Nightcrawler, but I think that's worse than drawing a card.
Wind, aid my hand.
So you should note that I didn't say Shang-Chi wasn't a strong card. I said Shang-Chi's often a poorly positioned card. It is an incredibly powerful effect that on average often isn't correct to run because of the types of things that other people are playing. It's like the TLDR. Okay, what if I go Viper, Kingpin here? And then we can potentially slide Nightcrawler later, right? I don't want to slide Nightcrawler yet because my next turn is going to be Rescue plus Kingpin, I think. Oh, Viper does give the other Viper, doesn't she? That's awkward. Okay, I guess we do this then. Yeah, good call, good shout. Ooh, 18's a big number. Okay, I guess we're not getting that one. We'll move this so Miles is cheap here. Our deck definitely doesn't seem great into Elysium. We have like cost reduction things going on already, and our opponents seem to be much better at leveraging the discounted prices on average. Yeah, I think without a Juggernaut or an Arrow inside here, I'm gonna go ahead and leave.
Escape.
Definitely seems like a not great location for our archetype. Lady Thor aim. Probably a Lockjaw deck. Play Hood over here. If I draw Viper, I don't want to donate Hood onto the Stark Tower. Perfect. And then next turn, I probably want to go Kingpin plus Miles, so we'll move Nightcrawler this turn, so we get 3+4. Hey, Draken, thanks for 7 months. Well, now we have priority, and we'll go Spider-Man into Juggernaut, right? Do I snap Juggernauting the Lockjaw path? I think I do. I haven't played Patriot in a second. We can play some Destroy Patriot after this deck. Long Bud. Hey, Fantish. Welcome to a live one. Wasp and Wong. What a combo. And then I think we arrow. Do I want to arrow this turn or do I want to arrow next turn? If I'm arrowing next turn, it's important that I maintain priority this turn. Part of the problem with waiting to arrow next turn is they could fill their paths up. I think I want to arrow this turn. I think I want to arrow left. Obviously, we can only arrow left or center. I think I want to arrow left. Most Wong setups are like 2 turns, right?
All systems go.
So now I lose to Dr. Doom. They don't have Dr. Doom, God bless. Don't have Dr. Doom, God bless. So 7 months, by the way, Drake in. Welcome back. Let's do a little Patrioting. Has been a second. Patriot was kind of bad into Shuri's lab, so he didn't play it for 2 days. It's the build I like. Yes, this is not a Dr. Doom build. This is the last one we played that was good. I think I might have mistakenly told someone this had Dr. Doom in it earlier, and it does not. A67, thanks for the sub gift, appreciate it. Glad to hear it, Drekken. So, Shocker is a card I hear from a lot of new players is useless. You upgrade it and then you stop playing it. But that's not true. Shocker has no abilities, which means he works well with Patriot. Ongoing effect. Your cards with no abilities have +2 power. We copy Patriot with Mystique, and we can onslaught at the top end to double all that up on top of everything else, which means the Shocker could often be 5, 7, or even double digits power for just 2 resources. The rest of this deck has a small destroy sub-package because Hood creates a powerless demon that buffs with Patriot, and Nova is an extra way for us to buff up our board as well. And then we've got Brood as well as Mr. Sinister here that allow us to put a lot of power into play at individual locations. So let's pop on into some games with this build and see how it goes. Thanks for everyone who checked out the Every Plate promo, by the way. You slide on into my DMs and get you hooked up with the free sub gift to the channel after the stream today if you DM me a copy of your purchase confirmation. Erdian wins. Thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Good morning, good morning. And 6-7, thanks for the gift team. Is Misty Knight good in this deck? She's awkward with Killmonger. So a lot of Patriot variations do play Misty, but this build specifically with the Destroyer sub package, she's less good. You know, I'm actually gonna Brood here to fight over this path where they're buckying. Chat, it's morning somewhere, okay? Oh my god, get wrecked, Adam Warlock. And Rock is actually low-key kind of okay for us, because it's useless, but Patriot makes it less useless. They might retreat on this snap here. It's important that I play Patriot second here, because Mystique copies the last ongoing ability that we played out. Yes, this build is also notably not playing Debris again because of the Killmonger awkwardness. Then I think I play Rock here, and then we'll Onslaught here, and we'll be nice and big. Large and in charge. How do you stop an all-moving deck? You go over the top of them with bigger numbers, or use something like Professor X to gum up the works. Playing towards the right side paths is also a good one. The big finisher on the move deck slides to the left, so if you play to the right, they have a harder time winning. You want to ignore the left path and play for the right and center. It's definitely accurate. Would you substitute in this build for Mysterio and Brood? I don't really know that this build has substitutes for those. Like, the other type of cards you play are things like Squirrel Girl, and that doesn't work with the Destroy package is the problem. Be Carnaged for less power? Well, again, Debris is awkward with Killmonger. I don't think you can play this particular build of Patriot without Mysterio and Brood because of the specifics of the Destroy package. Are you Dino Enchantress spam? The Destroy decks don't often play Enchantress, so I'm staying in. We're not playing around that here. Onslaught adds 7 power over here, and then it adds 4 more power to the rock, and then it adds 12 more over here on the left. I forget where that Carnage variant is from. I think it was a collection track one, which means it should be shoppable. Does anybody remember? The Battle Pass Carnage was a different one, right? Or am I misremembering? There was definitely a BP Carnage at some point, but I forget where that one in particular came from in my collection. That Carnage is in my shop today. Okay, cool. Remember, chat, starting with the Season Pass from last month, the cosmetics are exclusive moving forward in the Battle Pass. So if you refuse to slide Mr. Brood a $10 bill, you will not be able to have access to them. The cards in the Season Pass are available free to play on a time delay after the fact. You will be able to get Black Panther, for example, at the end of December, beginning of January. You will be able to get Miles Morales free to play at the end of this month. These locations are awkward enough and our hand doesn't have a Patriot in it yet that I'm gonna just go ahead and bounce here for a cube when they snap.
Escape.
All of the Battle Pass exclusives and avatars and card backs. There's a card back in the Season Pass too, right? Everything that isn't is specifically the card that from the pass is exclusive. The Season Pass cosmetics that ran during the closed beta will eventually be available again. Nothing from the closed beta was exclusive.
Oh, snap.
Do I even play this on one? I think I wait in case we draw Mystique later, right? Something that is a little counterintuitive, that is worth pointing out, is that, what's the word I'm searching for? Is that, well, I guess playing Brood here is kind of awkward with Strange Academy, huh? If I want to try and onslaught something.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to pump anything with onslaught with my sequencing here, huh? I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And you'll note that I'm playing Patriot second, because if I draw Mystique, I want to be able to copy Patriot. We have to win left and center here, which seems likely given the addition of Blue Marvel into Nova Carnage. Mystique. Damn. Are we dead? I think we're dead, right? Well, yeah, because I just can't win mid, right? And they play right with their other Dino and beat us with that. It's a 19 here by cracking Nova. That one's the Battle Pass card. Edge. Okay. This was the exclusive one. Can I get some Patriot boosters, please, game? I need my Patriot Infinite split still. Oh! A piece of candy.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Domino in their Lockjaw deck. Okay. Interesting build here from the opponent. Stuff like Domino and Iron Heart. Good old Rock. Nothing beats Rock. This is an incredibly awkward location for us because we don't currently have any of our payoffs. I guess it's not great for the Lockjaw deck either, but it's also pretty bad for us. I guess I'll play this here, because if I draw Carnage next turn, well, do I play this here then? And this way, if I draw Carnage next turn, we go like Nova Rock Carnage over here? Yeah, probably. The Mr. Sinister left does mean if I draw running ongoing effects, I can only put one of them in with Onslaught. That's probably fine. Rock? Chavez. We drew a Rock. Oh no! Wipe the abilities off my cards. Okay, I mean, winnable? Question mark? We're up to 13 in the mid. We'll be 9 right. We're gonna be plus 10 on the left. There's a good chance they leave if we snap them, so just gonna go ahead and chill. We can also lose this game realistically if they haven't drawn rocks. This person needs to go buy a fucking lottery ticket. Good God, man. Good God, man. What a beat. Hit the 1 and 8 to get the Dr. Doom. Dodged rocks on Jubilee too. Ugh. Do you think Shang-Chi should be symmetrical? I mean, that would be kind of a flavor fail, right? Shang-Chi doesn't blow up his allies. Kind of funny that happened on turn 1, 2 games in a row. Was the last opponent a bot? I don't think so. The strangest sense of deja vu. Different opponent, different avatar this time. Okay. Okay. Would like to recover a cube. Yeah, maybe they missed it. I don't know. They must have just like dragged a card out on what it passed, right? Yeah, and that's a really important thing to remember, is that, you know, you're gonna hit some bad beats while playing Snap like any card game, but LOL. Their Patriot's a bit cooler than ours. Not our demon. Rude. Not as rude as this. I'll play for both sides here. Might be wrong. Fiend Goblin, really? Are they... Huh. Do I Blue Marvel into Patriot now? There's a little... Oh, wait, we lost the left, right? Damn. We were a little too chat. Yeah, it was unfortunate that we burned our carnage as early as we did. Would have been really beneficial to eat either of these. We used both our Carnage and our Killmonger too aggressively, right? Is a good lesson to take away from that there. The way they played and weren't playing much, it should have inferred Ultron after we saw their thing. So I should have saved Carnage and or Killmonger for the end there. Guess we're playing for here in center. Although we really play into the negative zone well in our deck that kind of swarms here.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
Guess I can do this. That gives us a 1 over here. A little bit bigger with Blue Marvel. Yeah, I'm supposed to play the real Mysterio left to fight for that path. Hey, Garyton, thank you for the tier 3 and for the 3.5 years. Glad you're having fun with Snap. think we're supposed to snap there? I guess Onslaught would have been good. I don't know that just what's it called does that. I guess we lose to Hammer, but if they hammer, they probably lose right? So Onslaught doubles ongoing effect, so we'll get up to 18 here. We even beat Infinite here at the end, right? So if they Infinite here, we'd win here and here. If they Infinite here, we'd tie win here actually. I'm gonna be honest, Wildfeather, I don't remember the board state from the last game. Yes, Magneto could have definitely got us there. Our Nova's been real shy so far this set. We've not cracked him terribly often. Yeah, I don't even... This is my favorite build of Patriot that I've played recently, but I by no means will promise anybody that's like the best ever, right? I might have played like 45 minutes of Snap while I was watching Westworld last night in front of the TV to explicitly farm my Jessica Jones booster. It took me almost the entire episode to get my last damn booster, but I got it. Our deck is not great into Shuri's Lab. Hopefully we can expansion diff them. Thank you for emphasis on enjoying the game as one of the biggest content creators in the Snap community and setting a positive tone. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Shang-Chi off the hub might let us cheese Shuri's Lab, which is appealing. I think this is a Killmonger, so we can then Brood left. So hopefully they're just like Black Panthering, right? I think I'd rather Blue Marvel than Brood now. Okay, and we have priority. We have priority because we're winning left and right. So we have to go ahead and say cheese you here in the middle. Say cheese. We're not that far ahead left and right. They could potentially win here and here, but... Oh my gosh, we lose the breaker, right? Never lucky rubber ducky. Taskmaster, so good. That was a free Taskmaster too, right? Was it? Yeah, it must have been, right? That doesn't need to be a ban. Weeds. I think they misread the message they were responding to. Give them the benefit of the doubt there. Little aggressive for the chat though, Wifflebat, even if you did misread, but I got you, Witness. Yeah, I'm looking forward to running some Snap tournaments too. I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, that we get some type of rudimentary spectator client along with it. Oh, sad bird is sad. Okay, well, we have Mysterio in the Sanctum. What's going on, Handicap? Thanks for the Prime. Oh, we're gonna get Scorpioned again? He's my Patriot, chat. Wanders into Double Rock. Thanks for the sub-gift again, 6-7. Oh, wait. Into Quad Rock, there's an Onslaught Citadel. Look at this. This is an incredibly skill-based game, chat. Just 5 rocks in my deck. Hit the Patriot anyways. I think I wait to show them that double Patriot's coming. Hey, and again, 6-7. Howdy how. Oh, waiting on the Patriot means I get hit by the Scorpion extra. Alrighty then. I mean, I think we stay. I think we stay. Maybe this is minus. So this is -8. But it's also +8. So we actually stay neutral here in the center. We gain a metric ton of power here. This is probably like a cat or something though, right? That means we lose, right? Yeah, damn. Oh wait, we win by 1 in the middle? Nailed it. It. I think they'll eventually add game modes with like more locations or more turns. No, probably not. It's be a pretty fundamental shift. All right, let's get in one more good game with Patriot, then we'll roll on to another deck for the evening, huh? Cold and calculated. Where can you get a sick overlay like mine? You can pay a graphics designer to do work for you. You need more things to do with shilling tokens. Nah. Beverly Shills is all you need to work towards. Alright, snap the ego. Alright! Let's go, Mr. Ego's Wild Ride. Thanks for the 10th sub gifty, 6-7. Let's refresh the subs Discord server so new folks can get in. If you're gonna do some of any kind today, gift, prime, or otherwise, make sure you link your Discord with your Twitch account and come hang out in the always on part of Hooglandia. Myself and many others are very active there. If you haven't seen Ego before, chat, this is a good plug for the YouTube video I put up last night, by the way. Ego is one of the 2 ultra rare locations in Marvel Snap. There are 4 different rarities of locations. If you want to learn more about those, there was a Marvel Snap Minute video posted last night breaking it down. I don't know if my body can handle this Killmonger that's about to happen. Oh no, Ego, you were so close! You were so close to playing them in the right order, Ego! Alright, Ego, onslaught mid, take it down. I think that still does it, right? I think we're good. I think we're good most of the time here. Alright, alright. I think that might be the first time I've ever had an Ego game where both players stayed in on the last turn. It's the other ultra rare location. Oh wait, we're gonna do something else, right? Did we get an opponent? We did not. Alright, what should we play, Chip? What should we play? Something we haven't touched in a second. Played Thor. We could play some Zero. I like the Zero Destroyer deck. I don't think the Have Some Crap deck is playable, unfortunately. I haven't been playing it because it's pretty bad. Is unfortunately the reality. I could be down to Zero Destroyer a little bit. Could also play some Daredevil. Let's do Zero for a little bit, and I'll stew on what I want to do after. It'll have to be a long commitment. Let's do a quick deck for people that are new. So, Zero wipes the text off of the next card that you play, removing abilities from it. We have a few cards in Marvel Snap that have detrimental abilities. Typhoid Mary normally hurts your stuff. Red Skull normally powers up your opponent's stuff. And Destroyer normally blows up your board. You'll notice we've got a lot of large lads and lasses up here. And we don't mind discarding to Dracula. And then we also have Cosmo here, who can suppress the on-reveal effect of Destroyer. And we have Enchantress, who's symmetrical. So it not only wipes out ongoing effects on the opposing side of the board, but it also takes ongoing effects off of our detrimental Dorkos as well, which is great. Yeah, I think I like this Zero deck more than the Venom-based one. After playing it a bit. That Destroyer variant obtainable. Oh, yes. I got it out of a box. Now, double Sunspot, chat. They both absorb power equal to how much you didn't spend in a turn. So, I get to soak a bunch in here. Soaking up some sun. He says before he draws Black Widow and then snaps. Black Widow, one of my favorite disruptive cards of the game. On reveal, add a Widow's Bite to your opponent's hand, which denies them the ability to draw a card for a turn, and more importantly, occupies a space on their board.
Victory.
Bum, 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 bum. I really like the Daredevil Disruptive Dex, Aerodemic. He works really well with Professor X as well as Spider-Man. Also nice with Gamora. We basically never play 0 on 1 in this deck. We want to save it to play out before we Typhoid Mary, Destroyer, or Red Skull. I don't want to wipe the text off my Black Widow. Someone asked, does 0 take the text off of Infinite? It does not. So 0 does not allow you to play Infinite on 6 if you played something the turn before. Ooh, that's a little awkward. Do I want to try and play for the raft here? I think so. And I think I'd rather 0 my play next turn rather than Sunspot. And then if we 0 Enchantress, it's not a big deal. But if we draw Mary, 0ing Mary is actively good. I was gonna say, they didn't play the...
Aid my hand.
Perfect! Just like we drew it up. Play well, get rewarded.
Clear for takeoff.
Hello, yes, I'm here to police your fun. All of your ongoing abilities, spike them into the trash can. And then we're guaranteed to draw America Chavez next turn, which means this Dracula is going to be 9, 16, or 22 power. And we'll soak a couple extra on the Sunspot, right?
Victory.
I've heard some complaints from some newer players that they think Wong and Black Panther should be nerfed because their interaction is so strong, but they're just so disruptible. Wong is super telegraphed. Cosmo does love Wong. You're not wrong. Huh? Asia's not great for our deck. I'd kind of like to draw Dracula, I think. Okay. Okay, I'd like the record to reflect. I don't think this is good, but it's always hilarious, so I like to snap people when I do it. My game is better. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Nightcrawler in their Killmonger deck is an interesting choice. I guess they have armor. Yes, their hand is 3 cards and 4 bites now. By Enchantress them mid, they can't destroy her. So they have to try and win some other way. Although I guess they could just play something bigger than Black Widow on the right. And then I have to try and win. Yeah, but if they destroy her left, I destroy her left, and then we win left and right, right? We're done. I think we're done.
Escaped.
Dracula boosties! We're getting so close, chat.
Animated fray.
We're getting so close. Dracula is one of the cards I've not infinite split yet. I went and counted this morning. I think I have like 90. I have a little over half the cards currently in the game with at least one infinite split. The booster reset should be with the daily reset, I believe, in a little bit. It's probably too little too late, unfortunately. I think I have the most boosters for her. Either Angela or Agatha. Yes, collection level 6,500. The booster cap is 1,000 per day. Chat, if you hit the booster cap, that is Second Dinner's way of telling you to go touch some grass, okay? They're like, we're just letting you know you've been playing a little bit too much. Huh. So, I play Sunspot left here. And then it soaks up to 5. And now I could go Taskmaster into 0 here. We're 25% to lose, 25% to tie, 50% to win, right? And obviously they're gonna play something mid. If they have Dr. Doom or still a coin flip to win right, I'm gonna stay for a step here. I think we have a decent probability of winning right. Killmonger gets us. Damn. Lost the 50-50 anyways. Total bust of a set. We got Dracula up to his animated border. Someone was asking about Daredevil earlier. I was liking this build of Daredevil. Do I like the 2 drops here, though? That was kind of the weak part. It's probably fine. Let's try this one a little bit more. See how it goes. I guess the feature location's over. Maybe we cut Scorpion and play Angela. She's a slightly better card. Yeah, I played like 2.5 games with Nick Fury and realized I didn't care for it. We ran kind of hot with the locations the one day. It felt kind of okay. How dare you play decks with cards I don't own? Have you considered owning all of the cards? It is a power play. Hey, Regar, glad you're both with it. Yeah, this has been the best Black Panther deck, or the Black Panther deck I've enjoyed the most, I should say.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Wow! Way to just go and ruin the super flow for everyone, opponent. See this chat, Bane Wan here. They're the reason we can't have nice things, okay? Do we snap because we get to Killmonger this sunspot? I think so. I think we're snap-a-lapping here. None of my options here are lovely. And we just hope that 15 holds over here and Juggernaut kicks them there. 15 typically holds. Like, Destroyer is something that's big enough to get us that would kill the rest of their board, so we win mid.
My hand.
Hi, bud.
Wind, aid my hand.
You know what the worst part about that leader is, chat? You know what the worst part about that leader? There's a lot of folks in here that are taking the wrong thing away from this sequence that happens here. If your takeaway is to complain about leader, you're bad, you're gonna stay bad, champ. If I would have stormed center and juggernauted here, we beat leader and we still beat every other 6-drop. Right? They'd flip juggernaut, we'd be 3-3, we'd be 5-9, they'd be 15-4. So again, when you lose a game like this, you have two options. You can get mad and stay bad, or you could reflect on what happened and could you have played around it, and more importantly, should you have played around it? Those are the two questions you want to ask yourself at the end of a game. Is one, could I have played around the thing that they did that beat me? And two, should I have played around the thing that beat me? There's going to be times where the thing that beats you is incredibly unlikely and you shouldn't have played around it. But in this instance, it's probably right to have played around leader. We would lose to Dr. Doom in that spot. Sure, I think leader is more likely than Dr. Doom in their deck. I think leader is more likely to Doom. You're right, that if I storm mid and then jug right, do we lose to Doom either ways? No, we beat Doom with the pre-rotation. I think leaders tends to be more common in this style of deck, but you're right. We do lose to Doom that way. We beat every other 6-drop though, other than Doom. I had one of the typical salty people who was like, I can't win with pool 2 decks, they're not competitive, in the YouTube comments the other day. I offered them some advice and they were like, well, you should prove it and keep track of your record. I was like, well, my sample size with my stuff is not good here. They're like, well, you should generate a statistically significant sample size. It's like, well, if you think one person could generate a statistically significant sample size, this conversation's probably not going to be productive and I'm leaving it. So, something to note here about the locations. I chose to play into New York because I wanted to Green Goblin following up Angela, and I want Green Goblin to be in New York because I don't want them to have the choice to move it somewhere else later. Not to mention, why is the burden of proof suddenly on me? The burden of proof in that instance was on me because that conversation we had a second ago where I said you can be bad and stay mad, that was the option that player chose. They were putting the burden of proof on me because they chose the get mad, stay bad line. The other thing, and this is very different than other card games, the snapping mechanic simply means that it's not as simple as you get a good deck and you play that deck well. If you get a good deck and you play that deck well, but you snap poorly and you retreat poorly, you're still not gonna climb in this game. Do we get Zola from the hub? God, we're good at this. My 4-year-old takes the get mad, stay bad line all the time. Yes. It's a strong line. This is a snap? Yeah, maybe it is. I think you're right. Well, so, and something that's true, in all aspects of life is it's hard to get better at something when you don't understand which part of it you're bad at, right? And people coming from other card games and trying to apply that, they're just trying to apply the same thing that from other games. Like, oh, someone told me this deck was good, and I'm playing the deck well, and I'm making good decisions with the deck. But like, accepting that, okay, it's this other part that they're actually having a problem with is tough. There's a lot going on. All right, I'm gonna Angela right with the intention of likely storming right after, I think. Am I, or are we doing it left? So we drew Zola, so I notably can't Panther Zola in the big house, so I think I'd rather Angela into Jotunheim with the intention to storm to follow it up. Only loses me 1 attack, so I think that's good. Hey, congrats, Nox. Well, that's actually perfect, right? So you get to go Angela into Storm into Miss Jones over here.
Wind, aid my hand.
This does mean I don't have a window to play Daredevil before... Okay, what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? Where not just Galactus coming out of the X-Mansion, but Galactus and Thanos. Okay, so there's 174 cards in the game, and there's Black Panther 175. And so this is 1 in 177 to get Galactus. So they're independent events, so it's 1 in 177 times 1 in 177. Very unlikely. Very unlikely. What are we doing here? I think we're dead, chat. We got a little X-Mansion dift. Thanos makes Infinity Stones if he starts in your deck. But if he doesn't start in your deck, he doesn't do much. It's a shame Juggernaut's not useful into the only location. It's 1 in 32,000. Noted. So Zola, also not so hot into a single location.
Escape.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, but I'll be very interested to see if Galactus releases as is. I think if Galactus releases like this, wave into Galactus will get very toxic very quickly. It's like the TLDR. Yeah, it seems truly messed up. You think he's very weak? No, I think he sounds cracked, chat. That sounds super cracked. Okay, so speaking of super cracked, Juggernaut into the Gamma Lab on turn 3, potentially kicking their stuff into Murder World. That sounds chef's kiss. That sounds chef's kiss. Think we're supposed to snap? All right. Oh no! All right, armor go right, Ant-Man go left. Nailed it. Look at this. Look at this skill-based game, chat. This skill-based game. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Just split them right down the middle there. Can you climb to infinite with Patriot Mystique? I think there are Patriot and Mystique decks that are competitive into infinite, but I also think that they tend to require some other pool 3 cards. I know Green Goblin gives them +2 here, but I just want to take up a slot.
Assemble.
I just want to take up a slot. Professor X. Get fucked, Professor X. So, I was expecting them to Professor X here, so I Black Panthered here, because then if they destroyered here, Gamora would beat it along with Black Panther. Hey, I'm incredibly bad. Well, good news for you. Being bad at something is the first step towards being good at it. Thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. I like this deck a lot. This is my favorite Black Panther deck. I think Arnim, Zola, and Black Panther can slot into the top end of a lot of different things. I would wager 19 times out of 20 or more, Professor X loses someone the game when it flips up. Sometimes it loses the opponent the game, and sometimes it loses you the game, you know? But the game is usually ending when it flips up. How did I know Professor X was coming? It's a very commonly played card in the archetype we were playing against. It's the best deck for Pool 2. You can find my favorite Pool 2 decks right here, along with upgrade paths for them into Pool 3.
Snap.
Always snap the peak, chat. But, yeah. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Mr. Zola, finding the peak. The peak, one of the rare locations in Marvel Snap. There are 4 different rarities of location: common, uncommon, rare, and ultra rare. Hey mod, could a mod make a exclamation point locations command for me to link to the locations video I published last night? Appreciate you.
Wakanda forever.
Wakanda forever. Declan did what? Wolf bit you? Well, tell him he is not a cannibal. He shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Okay. If he tries again, you send him to me, okay? Or your mother.
I would have died 10. You said.
Yeah, this could be an Odin happening here.
Wakanda forever.
Cosmo's actually kind of problematic for us. So I can send Panther across here, but he's only going to be 8 in the middle now. I was expecting to have 16 in 2 locations. It's unfortunate. If they Odin left, we also get into trouble. Enchantress Cosmo doesn't do anything. Enchantress is an on-reveal effect, which I actually almost feel like is an oversight. I feel like she should be able to beat Cosmo. Can I get a flavor judge on Cosmo beating Enchantress? What do we think? Yeah, we could do this. The problem is I think we're going to lose the Baxter building to an Odin. Gamora left is smaller than putting Panther across yet. Alright, I'm going to punt 4 cubes to an Odin here. Damn. Never lucky.
Wakanda forever.
Excuse me? close. Oh, I guess if they were expecting Zola, Zola had a chance to hit this, right? Cosmo is the least interactive card in the game. That's accurate. There's no way to get around it, right? Incredible bad. Yeah, I'll take a build around. Hit me with the card sheet at the donate link. I'll play one more with this, then we'll check yours out. I would argue Cosmo is frequently a bad dog, actually, chat. So anybody telling me he's the best boy, those are fighting words, okay? Lockjaw. Lockjaw enables you to do sweet things. Lockjaw enables you to do sweet things. Cosmo stops you from doing sweet things. This is the opposite of a good boy. So, we're not saying, no one here said Cosmo wasn't interactive, Ellie. We're saying there's no way to interact with Cosmo itself. Hi, baby girl. You want to come say hi? Come here. Oh, you got poop? Go tell mom you got poop. That eye's working. Mom will change you upstairs, okay? Go tell mommy, please. Insert Spider-Man meme here. Okay, so that's pretty great. We'll go Daredevil, Panther, and then we can either Gamora into Zola or Panther into Zola. Biggest Black Panther. We had a 128 power Black Panther in the video this morning that posted. Think that's my record. It's not anything too crazy, but, you know, large-ish. Gamma, gamma, lamb. Do, 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 do. Does a Zola spawn trigger Angel? It does not. Zola adds copies of cards to the locations. Huh. Central Park's actually awkward for us because now I can't cleanly Panther Zola. Think Crystal is good in a Mr. Negative deck. I do not. Please kill one of these. Please kill one of these. Okay, sick. I think we snapped them now, huh? They just cleared our squirrel in the center. We're winning here. We just go like Panther into Zola now. Hey, Graph. Thank you for the almost year and a half. Welcome back. Technically adds one more over here, subtracts one off of there and adds a 2. I have not seen Wakanda Forever yet. Yikes! And they sniped my Panther anyways? Oof. You repeated about the collection. Yeah, to get me to look over your collection, you need to submit a donation at this link here on Stream Elements for $10, and you need to include a link to your card sheet filled in with that. Gambit seems pretty sick. Gambit is a weak high variance card. It's really neat when it works though. When your Gambit snipes their card that was ideal for them to snipe, it's quite good. What could I have done in that situation? I think because we were playing against District X, there really wasn't anything to play around. The range of things my opponent could have done there was just like incredibly wide.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, Gambit is a good top-down design. Bottom-up design? Bottom-up? Or top-down for the character? Yeah.
Wind, aid my hand.
Yep. And we get him in the right spot again. We can. The tower is a little brutal this afternoon, chat. The Wong Onslaught Gambit deck. That deck is very bad. It's fun, it's sweet, it's novel when it works, but it's inconsistent and it's very telegraphed. So you basically never get more than 1 or 2 cubes with it. It's the part where we get Cosmoed and lose 2 cubes. Having a 1 in 3 chance to snipe a good card is good. I mean, you're replacing your best play on the last possible turn with a 2/3 chance to do nothing. Seems not great. We could also just lose center. We're only gonna have 19 in the middle, and they do have Sarah here, so. So fucking rude. Well, it turns out none of our choices mattered. We were very, very, very forced. All right, I'm gonna play something else. Are you doing a deck submission? What's your name? That's been chatting, or am I starting something else incredibly bad? I will say, overall, Black Panther. So, someone referred to Black Panther as pay to win in one of my comments. I was just like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, fine, but Cosmo's just like one of the best things to be doing right now, which basically makes us a very neutered cat. Hey, T-John, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. And Metsu Fatum, thanks for the over 3 years. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Yeah, I think this is probably worse than this variation of Daredevil. I think I prefer this one with the Destroy sub-theme and Professor Cheese. I get a Spider-Man variant, chat. The dog beats the cat. That's accurate. Panther is better than Miles. I think most people... I actually think Miles Morales is a better card than Black Panther. It's just you need a number of pool 3 cards to make Black Panther, or to make Miles Morales work, and you only need 1 pool 3 card to make Panther work. Yeah, Miles is way less binary. Miles is way more of a finesse tool. Hey, T-John. All right, I'm gonna play this game and then we'll take a look at your collection here. Yes, Black Panther's only really good thing to be doing is incredibly scripted and easy to have counterplay against. Is a good way to look at it. Okay, so Spectrum, probably Destroyer. I have time to do at least 2 pull 3 decks tonight. Maybe more, but at least 2. I will be back tomorrow as well. We're streaming the evening tomorrow night also. See, chat, opponent was too scared to play into the danger room. My dojo doesn't contain fear.
Victory.
Only pull 3 decks. Yes, chat, if you're not a pull 3 player, you can find my pull 1 decks here, and you can find my pull 2 decks here. Everybody has the exact same collection until collection level 447 or 474. So it is not a good use of your money or my time to look at your collection that's the same as everyone else's and give you information that's already out there in a ton of YouTube videos. When you hit the deep end of the pool and start getting some real differentiation between you and others, there could be some more to do. Let's take a peekaboo here at what we have going on. So, it's actually kind of funny, the deck that we're currently playing. We can continue to play a variation of this. So, Daredevil Spider-Man, along with the Destroy sub package, is what we were just jammed 1 game with. It's something we have access to with these 2 here. They even have Green Goblin as well. We have Sarah with Maximus. I think you need Arrow on average for Sarah Maximus to be good. Usually you want Mysterio as well. I think the 2 things that jump out at me for building this are something similar to what we just played 1 game with. We could build that for your card pool. Or we could build a version of Lockjaw with just Thor here. We don't have Wasp or Yellow Jacket for a true 0, but Thor's a 0 if we squint, right? So let me know which of those two sound good, T-John. And okay, Tan, I'll have you up after this one. It's about a half hour or so. Whichever you think will work better. I think the Spider-Man Disruption deck is more powerful. So you're actually not that far off of this build I already have put together. I think you're missing the Hood. You're missing Hood, Mysterio. We can swap those around here. The checklist updated to fix the colors. Yes, the one in chat is colors fixed. Lovely. Nova. Carnage. Killmonger. Angela, Green Goblin, and Enchantress. The Sarah Dracula deck is fun. I've been unimpressed with that one, personally. Okay, and they have 2 slots that need to be different than what I had been playing. One of them was a 2-drop. Lizard is a pretty fine tool. This is like the budget version of Mysterio. Has a little bit less synergy with our destroy package, but still just a good pile of stats that we can play proactively when we need to. I guess we could also lean harder on the destroy package. Instead of playing Lizard, we could play Bucky Deathlock. I kind of don't hate that, actually. Let's go a little bit different. Let's lean harder into the destroy package and play Bucky Deathlock. Let's try this. These are 2 other good cards. Someone asked, how many more pool build rounds do I have time for tonight? Currently none. We'll see where we're at in an hour, though. Yes, Venom is a pool 3 card. That is accurate. How do you get only your preferred variant to show when you search for cards? You need to favorite your preferred variant and then uncheck show all. Can highlight that when we do the next build around to show you how that works in the interface. Thanks everybody for hanging out tonight, by the way. We've had a bunch of new followers. Appreciate everybody stopping by to check out the stream. If you're new to the channel, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on twitch.tv. I'm also making content on YouTube. I've been on this platform for a little over a decade now, making a lot of card game and strategy content. Done it as a full-time job for the last 5 years almost, focusing on Magic the Gathering among other things. We have 0 followed by Beast, both Triskelion cards here. Amusing. I think we're just Carnaging left. Snap is a game that I've kind of fallen head over heels for, though. It's definitely the majority of what I am playing and streaming here lately. This game's great. The slide here in the middle. Some rocks in their deck. Is Hobgoblin okay to replace it? No, Hobgoblin is not a good replacement. When you're looking to make replacements to cards in decks, you should generally be looking to make sure you're still playing on the same curve. So I would recommend replacing Green Goblin in this deck with another 2 or 3 drop. You don't want it to be a 1 drop because Killmonger will kill that on occasion. What if we go Deathlock into Killmonger, and this gets rid of 0, and then they have to play more power here and also beat 8 here? I think this is a 3 drop. Wow! Never lucky rubber ducky. Actually the 20%er. Get punked. This is the only card in our hand that beat us there. So that was a copy of Morph for those that blinked and missed it. Copies a card in my hand at random. Sometimes it do be like that. Sometimes that's just how it goes. How do you play the Destroyer deck without Destroyer? You can play Hulk, and then you can grumble under your breath every time you lose a game where you would have won had it been Destroyer. Thoughts on Dino Destroy versus just Dino? The upside to the Dino Destroy deck is it gets hosed less by some of the targeted hate cards, which is nice. I think I want to just eat Nova here for the sake of playing on curve. I'm sad if I draw exactly Bucky Barnes, but if I draw like any other 2 or 3, I'm going to want to play it next turn. So other than exactly Bucky, I'm happy to Carnage here. Daredevil. Makes me happy to have Carnage there. All right, Killmonger, please. Thank you, deck. That's a snap. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Hey, thanks, Signor. Appreciate you keeping me around. It's been a good transition. Alright, so their copy of Death is about to be very cheap. By very cheap, I mean free. Show me your secrets. Okay, and they have priority here, which means regardless of where I Professor X, he will end up middle and we will be very sad. So we will just Gamora middle. Well, I'm kind of dead. Wishing I had Shang-Chi instead of Enchantress. You joined when you were playing Runeterra, stuck around because you stood up for trans people, and now you've made it through the desert of magic arena to playing a game you enjoy. Thanks, Cheshire. Are you snap-lapping now as well, out of curiosity? Good to have you around either way. Both players have Daredevil, they cancel each other out. Yeah, we lost to a Stiff Priest there, so we're gonna bounce out. Avoid chasing the rabbit. Is Shang-Chi a better meta call than Enchantress? Instead of me telling you you're wrong, can you tell me why you're right? Why do you think Shang-Chi is a better meta call than Enchantress? No, this deck doesn't really work without Daredevil. If Mr. Negative triggers twice, you are a sad panda. He undoes himself. Don't play him into Karmatage. Ow, rude. Rude! Damn it, Wanda! Damn it, Wanda. Our hand's actually kind of great here, huh? We get to go... We get to go Spider-Man into Professor X, Lockdown and Path. And then we get Gamora, the other on the last turn. They might play into Stark Tower. Here's the problem. I think I'm supposed to just play right. The real Mysterio is here, we could get in trouble. We're also down priority, so if they have like a Tiger here. The fact that they haven't played in a Central Park at all, though, and we're locking it out is great for us, obviously. Does Daredevil see the real Mysterio if he's played on turn 5? I believe so.
All systems go.
Well, I mean, to be blunt, Assassin, obviously I think Enchantress is better than Shang-Chi on average. That's why I'm playing Enchantress, is like the thing you can get from derived information. Then I come down to the shell game here. We're 2/3 to get it in the right spot. Shang-Chi is basically worthless against most Destroyer variations, whereas Enchantress is very good against most Destroyer variations, is what it comes down to. But you didn't ask me to elaborate. You asked me, do I think Enchantress is better than Shang-Chi, or Shang-Chi is better than Enchantress, which obviously I don't agree with that. You said, is Shang-Chi a better meta call than Enchantress for a card that I'm not playing? Enchantress often turns off. They might be debating if 9 is enough on the left to stay in, and they've left. I wonder where the Mysterio was. I bet it could be in either of these spots. Elaboration was implied. Did you know, chat? You are allowed to write complete sentences when you roll your face across the keyboard before you press enter. So don't act like it's on me if you don't articulate yourself. I didn't read between the lines of whatever you were trying to say. Asking a full question the first time was way shorter than going back and forth 5 or 6 times and me trying to figure out what you're actually trying to say. Yeah, a lot of meta decks not only don't play big things, but the biggest meta deck that does play a good big thing is the Destroyer deck, and Enchantress is still better there. Well, I mean, and even Devil Dinosaur, right? Like, Devil Dinosaur is another place where Enchantress is also fine, right? Shang-Chi is the type of card that card gamers will basically always overplay because the emotional feeling of getting it right is so fucking good. Like, it just feels good to get people. No, I had a Gamora, Binks. I had a Gamora. I was dead if the Mysterio was left. Haha, get rinsed. Enchantress. Mr. Sandman, rinsing you off. Do 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 do. So we just go Professor X here on. Well, I guess if I Professor X left, we could lose to. Huh? If I Professor X left, we could lose to a Spectrum, right? What if I Spider-Man mid? What if I Spider-Man mid? And then I could Gamora and or Killmonger on the last turn. I think I do this. This leaves me the flexibility to play middle still, right? Or to kill my Nova for a bonus. We do this. This beats Spectrum, because I'll have 7-9 here. They can't play here. I'm going to trade out my 2 for extra, so we'll be winning mid, and we're technically winning right as well. Yeah, I think this is good. Lose mid by a little bit now, right? Ah, this much. This much. Close game. All right, let's get a couple more in with this one. I'll take a look at our next pool build around. No, the opponent was just playing a giant mess of cards they liked. Complete bruise / non-meta deck / whatever you want to call it. Yeah, chat's been a little bit in rare form tonight. Tonight's definitely been the worst chat experience we've had since we switched to Snap, but it's also been 3 weeks, so maybe we get to give him a pass. Yeah, I'll stay for the Snap, sure. Brendo, you know the armor and the other thing are going to be going away here, right? Don't tell Scott H yet. Maybe they plan to Professor X us on 5? Feel like I'm gonna get Professor X this turn. Oh, Titan let them play that while it was cheaper. Man, and even put armor in with all their other stuff here. Yeah, I think we're done.
Escaped.
Let's take a look at K-Tan's card pull here and see if we can give him anything to play with, huh? What goodies do we have? We have Polaris, Arrow, Miles, and Sarah are all wonderful cards. We have Dr. Doom as a top end. Yes, this is a pretty good pull 3 for how few cards are here. So Cerebro's here, but we don't have Mystique, or Mystique, and I don't think Cerebro's playable without Mystique. And in general, I prefer Dr. Doom to leader. I know people hate losing to leader, but I don't think it's that good of a card on average. Especially again, like, you think about the decks that are really good in the format, like playing leader into most decks playing Carnage or the Destroyer deck is generally speaking not a good thing to be doing. So I know leader is a lot like Shang-Chi. It's one of those cards that elicits a very visceral reaction when you lose to it, but in general I think it's more bad than good if you look at what things a lot of people are doing. I think I want to do something. So Quinjet notably can slot into the kind of stock Devil Dinosaur deck list, but I usually like to do something more interesting than that when we do build around. So I think we're going to build Arrow, Miles, Sarah, Polaris, and a Disruptive Shell here. And by the way, just to help me think for a second here, if there's one thing you take away, chat, from me building these pull 3 deck lists, I think the one big thing that I hope to convey to people is when I build these decks, you'll note that I look at pull 3s and then I build a deck. I don't go out and look for deck lists and then cut a bunch of cards from them, right? Occasionally we'll be like, oh, we're like one card off of this other thing, but in general, I think the best way to approach building your pulls in this game is to look for packages of cards that work well together and then fill in the details with other reasonable cards. It's a very different experience than net decking in basically any other card game. Yeah, thinking of it as closer to sealed coming from Magic than constructed, I think is a good take. I have Sunspot, Infinite, Storm, Jubilee, then filled in the random spots with bad guys. But I mean, like, that's a good way to approach it. That's doing exactly what I know you put a cap at the end there, but that's doing exactly what I just suggested. It's you have Infinite and Sunspot, that's a package. You have Jubilee and Storm, that's a package. Fill in the details. So Angela, come on. Nightcrawler, Enchantress. This is probably not a Killmonger deck if I'm playing Nightcrawler. I might have room for Shang here. Usually in my disruptive decks, I try to have room for 2 out of 3 of Shang, Enchantress, Killmonger. Well, this pull has Dr. Doom in it too. Might be a little bit too much beef, we'll see. 3 expensive friends. That's really solid, Kipar. Like Lizard as a cheap friend. Beastman. Does this deck actually want Storm Jessica? Is there any way to accelerate getting cards? Yeah, your credit card. You can spend money to buy extra credits faster. Lizard is underrated. I mean, it's a pretty common staple. Strongest card in mobile gaming, your credit card. Can I play Storm without Jessica Jones. I don't know that I can. It's another good 2-drop. Oof. Software or hardware, Pino? Do you know yet? Yeah, we could just play Sentinel as curve filler. I don't hate that. You want to play Craven? Ooh, I actually don't hate the suggestion of Armor. Armor's a pretty reasonable tech card. It's like a little awkward into specifically Destroyer, but it's really good in all the other Carnage decks, right? It's good into Arnim Zola. Let's do that. Hey, McNugget. Thanks for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. We're having a wonderful evening wherever you're at and a great weekend. A few games here, huh? Armor helps counter Shang-Chi. Our deck doesn't really care about Shang-Chi, right? Oh, you know what we could play instead of Armor too? We could play Cosmo in that slot. Ooh, yeah, that's a good shout that Armor can be awkward with our own Shang-Chi. What a just absolute shit set of variants. Our 3-drop got hit by the Iceman, and then our Angelo was played into the Superflow. Alright, we'll take a mulligan. Goose does work with Sarah how you'd want it to. Does this collection have Goose? I don't think they had Goose, right? No, they did not. Alright, I'm gonna make a command for this. I felt like I've rambled about it too many times. What do we think of this command? Deck without. Half the time, Jeff is testing decks on stream that he has no idea if they are good to begin with. Please refrain from asking if you swap lots of cards out from them as well. And that's not even really just even a Marvel Snap thing. It's always, that's just something that happens in Magic and other card games. Like 2 people are like, oh, is this deck good if I make 6 changes? It's like, I don't know if it's even good to begin with. Maybe let's just take a chill pill and try and figure it out together. Okay, makes Mr. Morales cheaper next turn. And this is probably a Destroyer deck, which means this armor is awkward. Yeah, maybe this isn't a card I want here. You're not an infallible expert. I mean, I would argue my willingness to say, hey, let's take a chill pill and wait and see when it comes to things makes me way more of an expert than most people. Like, that's what actual experts do, chat. It's like whenever the right-winger anti-vax conspiracy nuts would shit on Fauci for being like, I don't know, we need to learn more. It's like, no, that's how science works, you idiots. Is it takes time and you have to figure stuff out. Saying I don't know is a great, whoa. You know what is great though, chat? That's heckin' delicious right there. We even get to destroy Warpath beforehand. Although I guess if they play here, the Warpath lives, huh? This is probably just Destroyer here, right? We'll see. They could have Spectrum or something, but yeah. All right, so if this is Spectrum, we'll go to a tiebreaker because we'll. All right, yeah, because they win here. But no, we're good here, Ranks. Ready, team?
Victory.
How long am I going for tonight? Probably not much longer. I think we might do like one more deck after this build around and then call it a day. Quake is not a card that sees much play. Experts are almost always less certain about their area of expertise than a layperson, yeah. Well, and a big part of that, right, is like experts in a given field are like painfully aware of how much they don't know in their field, right? Whereas like average Joe Shitter doesn't know what they don't know, and ignorance is bliss, right? Or ignorance is confidence in some cases. My lizard is gonna slide into the Savage Lands. Oof. So what if I Polaris here to then fill the center with weak things? Sounds good?
Wind, aid my hand.
Before the end of the year, Blixt. I arrow and snap them, right? Oh no, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. The Strange Academy is here. This would be a great play if the Strange Academy wasn't here. My brain is bad. What are the odds these two win the Strange Academy? Non-zero? They have priority? Yeah, I think it's Miles, Shake, Sheep, Pray. It's like Eat, Pray, Love, and we're dead. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know that I love the armor, seeing it in action. It definitely feels awkward with our Shang-Chi. I think I like the suggestion of Sentinel with our Angela. This other Miles variant. They won with a pull 2 deck. Yeah, chat. I got bad news for you if you think you can't win with your pull 2 decks. You're having a bad time and you're thinking it's because you don't have the right cards? The problem is you, it's not your cards. Ooh, piece of candy. Playing a Kunlun, actually. They have priority here. I mean, if they're gonna Professor X me, I can't even, Shang-Chi them.
Assemble.
Okay, we didn't get Shang-Chi. Or we didn't get Professor X. Glass half full. Okay, so we have priority here. So let's go Shang-Chi, Arrow, pull everything left, and then Spooter, Nightcrawler somewhere.
Victory.
And we want a Shang-Chi before we Arrow because we want to kill the Warpath while it's big before we pull their stuff to the left. Although I guess pulling to Kunlun's not great, but we'll be winning center and right, so it's probably fine. I'll leave Nightcrawler over in Wakanda here, just so it's safe from a Killmonger for the time being. Just in case. You say? Pull her to the right. To the rat, gonna slide the Medusa to the rat. Do 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 do. Damn it, Wanda. Yes, yeah, exactly that. We play for left, and we hope that Shang-Chi mid is good enough. Now let's us tie left, actually. What are the odds this is winning? Probably not, because we lose the breaker with them on Nidvaler. The shame Polaris just randomly died. Yeah, Sentinel here helps for tiebreakers a little bit, but we probably still just die, right? Because they only need, we're only going to 12 here, and they're at 9. And their lizard stays big.
Escaped.
Enough boosties to split arrow. Now if I could just get a decent variant of her. Well, shoot. Honestly, I think our 3-card opener is probably good enough to stand through District X. Crawler over here so we can play Miles out. Okay, so they played Sunspot, which would probably imply they don't have their Killmonger. Oh no. Oh no. Our deck was like, the deck game was like, Hogland's gonna play through District X, eh? He thinks his hand is alright. Nice hand.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
The shame. I really wanted to put Vision into Stark Tower. I guess we'll Black Bolt here, and then we'll Zola it through here and here, I think. Oh, that's a...
All systems go.
one. See the electric slide here. Goes 23 on the left, 8 on the right. Fingers crossed, butt cheeks clenched. Come what we hate. Are you kidding me? They got their hand empty for strong guy? That's some bullshit right there. Because we black bolted them. Oh no, we did black bolt them, didn't we? Hoisted. Didn't play around the strong guy RNG. Oof. Oof. Black Bolt still very not so good. Yeah, basically. My doom bots, whipping up some doom bots, really love the doom. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that'll make Miles cheaper next turn. Hoping to grab Bucky with Polaris here. 1 in 3 currently. Grabs a random 1 or 2 costs and sucks it into her location. So any of these equally could be gotten here.
Enough said, bub.
It's like, nah, I like it here, bruh. Do I want to play Rock here to trigger Angela? Probably not. I have priority. Opponent is leaving. It's kind of strange that they left, chat. I bet their hand rocks. Listen, chat, you're not allowed to be upset by my puns, okay? I have 3 kids, I can make those jokes. Okay, so Isle of Silence means where their Patriots can go just got more narrowed, which is nice. Need to appeal an Enchantress here, ideally. Speaking of things that rock. I actually think the Hella deck's a really bad deck for climbing with. It's usually very apparent when they're going to beat you versus not. Am I Sarah-ing or arrowing? Or Sarah-ing? One Enchantress, please. Tips for dealing with Daredevil and Professor X decks. Yeah, you have to play to all 3 paths, so they can't get a free one with Professor X, basically. The way to play around it. It's not always possible. It's just like Angela into Doctor Doom Prey. You want to arrow right, you're expecting Onslaught. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. I guess they are losing these 2, right? Oh man. Is Arrow the rudest card in the game? I think she might be. She's definitely one of the most powerful. Really, really strong effect. She's almost like a she's almost leader adjacent. Not quite that salty when you lose to it, but she's up there for sure. That's true. I wonder if Arrow's buff from the closed beta should be undone. Arrow was originally a 6 power card. Or maybe they should split the difference. Maybe they should drop her down to 7. I love that. The flip for Miles. Okay, I want to commit more to Asgard yet. Locking yourself into a guaranteed amount of power tends to not be a good idea early. Okay. It's gonna be a Arrow right angle. I think so, huh? There's no way they play more than 4 cards, right? Famous last words. They don't have a Sarah of their own. You want a Polaris and Doom? Nah, I think this wins most of the time, he says before losing to Dr. Doom. No, we beat Dr. Doom here still, right? We'll lose center, but we'll win left and right. Is a bot? It must be a bot, right?
Victory.
A bot or a human that just wasn't paying attention? One of the two. Murder world. The bot played into murder world. Do, 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 do. Unless this is an armor to follow it. This is a bot. Lockjaw is very good. For sure. Oh, that's true. Could be Agatha. Daredevil's kind of a weird card in Agatha, though, right? We'll find out this turn, I guess. Let's hope the bar would get destroyed so we can Dr. Doom. Well, Cosmo beats Black Panther, so I assume that wins in Cats versus Dogs. Down to the bot, aren't we? Because of our inability to play Doom. Arrow on the bar was a win. Yeah, not guaranteed though, right? There are a lot of things I could have played that weren't 8 or more power. Obviously, you being a denizen of Twitch chat, you see what happened exactly here, and you're like, well, obviously. But that's not always what's gonna happen. Like, I think Arrow into bar is generally speaking not good play. This has to be a bot, right? With the RNG. This feels like a cheating bot. For reference, some of the bots in Snap know the outcomes of their RNG before they make the play. So like the bot, when it looks at all its options, it plays Jubilee and knows that Jubilee is gonna hit Tiger and Tiger is gonna go right. All right, do we win the tiebreaker by enough here? Because I assume we lose the tiebreaker by 1. Oh my god, Enchantress Sentinel is better. We did full tide? I'm so dumb. All right, chat, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Appreciate everybody hanging out tonight for a short Saturday stream. I'm gonna fire up for a few hours again tomorrow night. Thank you to OKTan and T-John for the build around submissions. Appreciate the donation.